Okay, so I'm gonna record this session so we know in detail the progress of Rust learning or learning Rust. So I think the first thing we need to do is installing the tooling, the appropriate tooling. And I think you can do that to your own operational system, which is either Windows or Linux. I think that supports, it might be supporting a Mac OS, I guess. So I already have the tooling. Uszie, which is Rust compiler. Pretty much like Java. If you come from the Java world, you have Java C, which is Java compiler, and Rust C, you can actually turn this main RS, which is the Rust file, into a binary file. So the other tooling that you need is Cargo, which is the package manager for Rust. So I also have that thing. So there you go. I have most of these tools up to date. I think you can actually also type cargo help to see what commands are available for you. Cool. So the next step is to create a project. So to create a project is simply say cargo. As you just saw, cargo help give us a bunch of commands, and you can use cargo new to actually initialize a project. So you create a new cargo package. You need to create a new cargo package in existing directory. There are a couple of other options as well. So we're gonna be typing cargo new, and then Rust review. That's the name of the project. There you go. So now we're gonna be inside of the project and open a VS Code. So the basic Rust project structure is just like a source folder with the main file, which is the main entry point of the application instead of the main function, and also a cargo toml file, which is the main configuration file from Rust. And here is the result of this particular folder. Here is the result of the compilation of the project. So now if I start trying some commands like cargo check, it just checks if the code is running okay without any issue. And then if I type cargo run, it also checks before running, executing the project. I could also, you can see that when I run cargo, it builds the project within the target folder. So this is a transitory folder. So which means that if I delete this folder, it should be fine, because this folder is going to be created every time. So there you go. So it's a transitory folder. So one thing I usually like to do is, I'm planning actually to build a scripting section for cargo. I don't know if it has already, but I'm looking for it. And the idea is, I don't remember most of these commands, right? And what I'm doing right now is just initializing a temporary package from npm, as I do have npm, as you can see here, and I can get rid of all these sections here. I don't need any of these things. The only thing I need is the script sections, which I can actually create my, you know, commands from Cargo. I think it would be like a useful thing to have on for Cargo, to be honest, because you can chain commands. You don't need to memorize them, right? So for instance, let's say I want to just check, right, if the code is okay. You can just say cargo check, and you might be wondering why I have to remember npm rather than cargo. Well, if you're constantly switching between tools, it's very effective, so I don't have to change your mentality of memorizing commands. Another thing is that you can actually chain commands, right? That you don't have to memorize as well. For instance, I can run this on dev. Let's say my dev is going to be start, and my start is going to be cargo run. It's just one line, right? Also, I can build this, and I can build this as a release version, and also I can generate the documentation, which is going to be cargo doc. Yeah, I think this is good. Looks good. I think open, that's the name of the command. So now I don't have to memorize any of this stuff, right? Cool. I think the first part, it's really done. It's just about getting familiarized with the process of creating a project, executing that project. That's fine. So now we can use actually npm to run our application. There you go. It doesn't matter the tooling that you use as long as you're efficient and fast. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So now this is a project creation and cargo navigation. Now on variable declaration, we do have the idea of reserved keyword let variable name, type, and value. So it's always, let's say, the keyword, reserved keyword, and then the type. So I'm here in the signed version of an integer, 32 bits. I think we can say str. It's gonna be a string literal, and then a normal string, a string object, type of string, and can be initialized with string new. Float 32, f32, no, and then float 64, f64, no. Character can be represented by let's say, yeah, default chart can be represented by char. But the problem with the char is this, the caveat here is that this is 4 bytes long. So if you want to actually read a char with 1 byte, 1 byte char, it's gonna be U8, and then you use this prefix to actually get the char in. So then you have 4 bytes and then 1 byte. So this is, you know, mostly to be, you know, to be used to represent like a wide range of characters. And C++ is, we use a lot of dub string as well, a wide range of characters. It's basically Unicode rather than just ASCII. This is just ASCII. And this is Unicode. There you go. And also you have famous Boolean. And yeah, this is, you know, fundamentally the main types in Rust. So there's another way that you actually can declare this. You can get your variable, declaring variables using type postfix. So there is some, you know, weird way of doing this. As you can see, I can. The nice thing is that I'm already shadowing here, right? So which is another concept. Happy New Year, Valde. How are you, man? So you can actually declare your, as you can see, the types. Float32 you can declare with using postfix. It's a different symbology. Personally, I don't like that. I wonder how a string would be. There is no like definition for strings, right? For instance, default string, and then you predefine that to string. Well, this is string literal. You could use toString actually to convert this to string. I think there is a cost of doing this. I'm not sure. Rather than just create the object, I need to compare. Wait, I don't know if there is an efficiency cost of just doing this, right? For instance, right? Happy New Year, Ikaro. Happy New Year. Thanks, man. So I think for declaring variable on Rust is pretty straightforward. It's just, as I said, right? Reserve keyword lat, variable name, type, and value. One of the things though I realize is that if you declare a variable here, like for instance age, which is U32, and then you don't assign a value, it will complain immediately. So if I try to print and land this variable, for instance, and then I pass age here, it will also get an error because, you know, age was not being initialized. And then you wonder, so I'm forced to initialize the variables, and then if I say age here and initialize here, he complains about another thing, which is, hey, you could do this line just right on the declaration, right? It forces you to create and initialize at the same time, which is not true for certain languages like C++, for instance. But is it good? To be honest, this is a good, this is a very good recommendation or discipline for the developer to be on top of it, right? So you don't, you know exactly what needs to be done. So there's a lot of like little mistakes that happen on C++ just because people don't, they forget to initialize things. This is actually a cool reinforcement. So there you go. This is variable declarations with Rust. And shadowing. So what is shadowing? So we saw like actually two concepts here, right? Shadowing is the capability of declaring the variable with the same name and the same scope, right? So this is variable declaration. Now we go to shadowing. So I declare here, for instance, my name. And I say Rust, right? And let's say I print ln and then println and use that variable, right? So and then right below, what I'm gonna do is redeclare that, and then add another name. It takes another. What we could do actually, I could actually, you know, declare this as a string, convert this to string, right? And then just right below, I can redeclare that with another type, which I think it's really cool. Hey Felipe, how are you, man? And then I could use that as well. So that redeclaration. So if I say npm start, it works fine. This is a valid syntax. Well, there you go. Shadowing is really straightforward as well. There's no like complications. Data types we already saw. The major data types. So we also have another data type that's based on operational system, which is like I size and U size, which is signed and unsigned integer, right? I think it's the largest integer you can have. Maybe it's way bigger than 128 bits, but in Rust you can even have this, right? So humongous number, right? So that humongous number might be I32, but might be, I think, U128. You can have like huge numbers like this. Yeah, I think it's less than that, right? It's just too big. But let's see if use size represents that. Not even use size. We have to test what is the limit size for this. And use size is usually used on for defining structures index or iterators. But I'm wondering what would be 128. There you go, 128. Cool. Am I missing anything about variable declaration? So there's this, you know, there's a different way of you can representing data as well on Rust, which I think it's cool, but you know, we never use, to be honest. In C++ we have this as well, but we never use. Like for instance, you imagine that you have a cost variable and is a UF32 for instance, and this is, let's say, 1,256 and then 23 bucks, right? This is useful when you have a large number. Oh, it's not F32. But another way you can actually represent numbers, let's say, a good example would be like maybe an integer, and you say 1,356, and you want to say that this is 1,000, you could just add the underscore here to say that this is 1,000. Maybe you have a million, and you want to represent the value like this. It's a a really nice feature, but I don't know if it's useful in this context. And certain tools like I'm sure that C# has the same idea, and C++ as well, but I don't see people using this often. Which I think is really cool is using a hexamal decimal, right? So if you want to create a hex, you can actually do by representing using NX. It recognizes that as hexamal, which is an integer, right? Octal as well. Octal is being with O at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it's O or 0. I think it's 0. It's 0. And binary can be represented by 0B and then the binary code. And you add the underscore just for readability, but you don't need that as well. Whatever is after 0B is a binary. I think these ones are really handy because you already can see here this is a binary code, right? Yeah, so straightforward as well. So on functions, you can create free functions, right? So your free function here. And you can tell that your free function will not return anything by using parentheses at the end. And then you can do whatever, right? Now this is a free function that does not take any argument. It does not return anything. And you can reuse this function whatever, how many times you want. Yeah, not different from any other language. So far so good. So you can also have a function that takes parameters. And then you can say that you can get a parameter name here. And you can also return a string as well. And then you can get your name. I think you can get your name and push the string with something else. And then you can return name. I think you can do this. Let me see what is the error message. You cannot mutate, right? So I think it's mutable string if I'm not mistaken. It's one of the things I don't have domain yet. I cannot find a value name. It's better for me to create another variable here rather than do this. If I say another name, type string, it's equal to string from, which will be a combination of, can I concatenate this? Can I say hello and then can I concatenate simple doing this? No, we're gonna be end up on how should I so if I return this to name, it's good. So now if I try to alter name, if I just simply assign something to name, it's gonna be complaining because oh, okay, yeah, stupidity, right? So if I say string from, and I say just assign a random name, test. Okay, yeah, it works. And then I could return name, right? And what is the problem of returning name? I cannot mutate immutable variable name. So I have to import this as a mutable. Is that right? Let me see. It's mutable reference, perhaps. Documentation. Where I'm missing things. Oh. Oh. Well, until this concept gets stick to my head, I mean, it will be like a pain as if I say mutable reference. Is that right? Yeah, if I say mutable reference string, This is one way of approaching this. Another way, if I just keep the ownership, but I say that this is mutable, name it's also fine. Gotcha. I just need to remember these things. Hey, Kyle. Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year. Good evening. Happy New Year. Hey, Chicão. Beleza? Happy New Year. If I use test and then parameters and I pass test, print ln res. Let me start. It works really fine. It replace, well, it replaced that correctly. So, but I'm wondering if I can actually concatenate this. Can I concatenate this? Can I say that this is can I say that this is hello? And why I have to be reference name? Let me see what the arrow message says. See, they're in borrowing here, so. What if I say from, and I use this guy as a name expected string, so considering found string considering borrowing. The problem is borrowing the string that should be done here, reference mutable string. But I really want to understand why. Yeah, with this approach here, so what we are doing here is that I am transferring the responsibility of this string to the function. So just when the function finishes, it gives back the responsibility to res. But the thing is, why can I use this guy? Why do I have to use this as a reference here? Because I'm asking permission, because this guy's being used here. I think that's I'm borrowing here to concatenate this to this, then in order to return this. It's a little confusing, to be honest. I need to really practice. You can see that now it works. And I think also we can do, if we change, this is one approach, right? So the other approach would be, what if we do name dot push string to then I say then return name. What would happen? It works, should be test high. Yeah, it should works right off the bat because name I already have permission for it. Yes, Rust, man. Rust. Hey, VC Wild. How's it going? So this is really I need to, you know, practice this. I'll be hitting my wall, hitting my head in the wall like many times to get this in my working. I should be. As you can see here, I'm actually transferring ownership. So I'm borrowing and transferring ownership, right? But now the prospect changed. If I actually, what I will do is use this as a mutable reference, so I don't need to actually. Somebody's complaining string found mismatch type expect immutable string. So I think I need to explicitly say that this is a mutable string reference. Send this, and okay, I'm changing this, and this guy is a mutable string. So how do I return this? Should I return as a mutable string? Like this? Expected mutable string. There you go. Found this. How do I say this? What is the return type that's gonna be in here? Now I want to know, what is the return type? If I remove this, it will work fine because I'm returning name as a mutable string. Why is returning empty? Did I alter name? So did I alter name? Inside test high. Yes, I did alter. But why is not returning name? Should I explicitly tell alter return name? If I explicitly tell to return name, mismatch expected this found mutable string. But if I say mutable string, return name, okay. Now if I do this, what is the complaint? Temporary value drop while borrowed. So creates a temporary value which is free while it's still in use. Temporary value dropped while borrowed. Creates a temporary value which is freed while it's still in use. I think the problem with this is maybe because I don't have like this intermediate variable. I could create an intermediate variable that receives this modification before actually sending, right? With this approach, which is confusing to be honest, why I cannot simply alter the string within the string, which is happening right here, and then sending that string back. What he's trying to prevent. So if I remove the explicitly return type, and I remove the semicolon, remove the return statement. So the issue that I get is mismatch type expected void found mutable string, and then try adding a return type mutable string. I already did that. Okay, mutable string, and then with the no semicolon name works. It returns exactly the same thing, either with the return or with no return. Same return type. Now we have a problem here, which is so consider using a let binding to create a longer lived value. Let binding test your string. So okay, so he's asking me actually to have a variable to hold that value, so that value can be borrowed by the function rather than just sending the message right here. So I think for dealing with this, a string directly, we could continue using mutable right here and return that. Wouldn't be any problem. Okay, so there you go. So yeah, I think this is one approach with this, dealing with string creation directly within the within the function. But now if I create this intermediate string, which is, let's say, mutable name type string, string, it's equal to test. So I can actually borrow this without any issue, and then it wouldn't be a problem because now I have someone to refer to. Interesting. And that returns as a mutable string. So the return type is void, the unit type because of the semicolon there. Not just that, future highway. I think the main problem here is if I simply add the string as I just illustrated, right, instead of the function, so the string is being created within the function parameter, that gets allocated in memory, but as within the same lifespan of a function, right? So when the function get out of the scope, you don't know to where you should, give back the ownership when that returns, because that value doesn't exist anymore. What you got is a modified value. So what I think it is, by the fact that we just create the variable here name, it's holding a value. I'm borrowing that, a reference, I'm sending a reference to this function. It will process change whatever has to be done. I'm still using this as a reference. So I'm sending back now, this guy goes out of the scope because I'm no longer using this guy here. And then I got RAS with the value mutated, right? I think that's what is happening. Fusa, I think because Happy New Year too. Happy New Year. Yeah. So how do I become fluent, man? I think working for next, international companies and living outside for many years. I think that's the reason why. But it's still, I got a lot to learn though. Still commit a lot of grammatical mistakes. Structures. I'm just like forgetting things. Yeah, but that's the that's the thing here. Future highway. That's the, I guess, the caveat here. So the idea. I work in many companies though. I work on Foxconn in a project for Apple. So the iPhone that you get in Brazil in 2007 June 29. I work on this project. Do you believe in that? So just for you to have an idea of. Yeah, Apple first release date. Only English hitter, yeah. So June 2007. Yep. It was first announced in January, but they first released in June. Yeah, there you go. So I work for Fleury, Positron, many other companies, but mostly Brazilians. This age I was in China, man, already working. So really working for a company, so it's time flies. But yeah, I think this has to do with the time, with the lifespan of a variable. So as you could see here, for instance, if I create the same thing but not with the variable holding, and I set it this test, or I could say string from, and then say test. Now I need to pass this as a mutable string. I also mutable reference, right? And now the complaint here is that, well, I don't know what to do with this, right? Because I don't know where to give back the reference to. So I think the best approach with this is just leave it as a string. Don't pass as reference. It just passes a mutable string. And that should be fine as well. And then when you return as mutable string, it will give back the string where we came from. So this should be good to go as well. There you go. So test high. Yeah, but it's very confusing, right? So you need to practice this a lot to have an idea what's going on. Thank you for following. Yep. Half Tamayo. That's good for me because I can train in my listening. Yeah, that's good, man. That's good. That's good. You're training your listening with with the terrible English. But anyways, let's keep going. So there you go. So we got a function. I think we actually work with the most complex data type. You could also return a string passing ownership back to res. That's true. So you can see here that I'm actually returning a string, and then getting the ownership here to res. As you can see, it's taking back the ownership. I don't think, because it's happening right here, I think that's the only way you could actually create a string within the function that you could do, as you could see. Yeah, exactly. So the other thing is that you can also create functions with multiple parameters, right? Which is obvious. It's a capability of any other programming language. I could say age u8, and then let's say is alive, which is a boolean, right? And you could don't return anything in this case. You just could print that age. It's also fine. Function is a little tricky, right? So I could say, I could call that function has multiple parameters. Press 10 here. Say that this is true, and it should be good to go, right? There you go. Boom. Age. Nothing what you should be expecting. Another thing I would test is optional. Test optional parameters, right? Optional parameters. And that's different from any programming language, because in Rust you don't have the concept of null. There's no null. So null is also a data type, which is also, it's either none or some, right? So for instance, if you do have the same function above, which we do have age as a parameter, u8, very small, and I want to say that this is alive and optional, I could say that this type is optional of a single type, and I can say that this is option of bool. And what I'm saying here is basically I can pass that or not, right? And you can actually imply conditions here if you actually have variables that are being passed or not. We could also use the match pattern in this case to check if it's alive as being passed or not, right? Or a simple condition to say if is alive is there a none? Is none. There you go. So you could print the age, otherwise you unwrap the value of is alive. There's so many options that you could do. So now if I use this test, optional parameters, you can pass the age, but if you want to avoid passing the value, you cannot just like simply ignore like other functions, right? Like in other programming languages, I actually have to pass a value, and the value in this case is none. It really represents that there is no value in there. I think that reinforced the idea of you need always pass a value. I think I read some time ago, I don't know who wrote this, but I read some time ago that the creation of a null value or absence of value, the representation of absence of value was something quick to be implemented. I think it was in a rich, I think it was the creator of C, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not sure. And so the best idea is actually to have a value that represents none. So in this case, actually Rust implements something that I think it's super handy. You just need to get, if you spend too much time working with null, and you create null pattern, I don't know if how many of you have heard about null pattern, but it's kind of like a little different from other programming languages as well. Now if you want to pass a value in this condition, now you have to say, oh, I need sum, and then pass whatever the value you want to pass. And because of these conditions that you have established, you can you know, filter and do whatever, you know, the case you want to do. Another thing, maybe it's another caveat about this, is you can, in other programming languages, if you have like an optional value, you could not do this, right? Because optional values are always stay at the end of the parameters. In Rust, it doesn't matter because it represents either by some or either by none, right? So which is really handy as well. It also resolves this particular problem, this approach. One thing I'm missing here is named parameters. I don't know how many of you have heard about named parameters. But as you can see here, this is a parameter hint from a extension that I have on VS Code. But on C#, for instance, you can actually name parameter, which, you know, allows you to invert the sequence of data that you're actually passing through. So for instance, if I pass 10 here, of course he's going to be complaining because he's expecting either he's alive, which is a boolean, or an integer, right? But I could say that in other programming languages, I could say that my naming parameter age would be column, would be like 10 here, and then he's alive. I could pass that here, for instance. But in Rust, you don't have this concept, and I think that the idea here is that they don't have this concept is because you can actually switch. You're not necessarily obligated to have the optional parameter at the end of your list of parameters in your function call. I think that's why. But anyways, is there anything that we maybe I think these are the most common cases for function. Maybe in the future we can take a look on generics and how we can actually declare generic types and represent those generic types, because either generic types, they need to be converting to a type, so they need to know which type they are, so then you can actually define what you want to do with them, right? So it is generic, but you need to define which types your generic is going to be working on. Or at least implement the case in which you're going to be handling certain types. I think generic is something that we might be like looking at. It's like a counterintuitive, because the whole idea of generic is being able to process any type, right? And make your application, make your function or method or class able to handle any case. So you don't want to repeat to avoid repetition, right? But like imagine this function here, right? So that you return 8, or maybe this function here that you receive a value that's of type U8, and then you return 8, and then you have another function that does exactly the same. But the thing with the Rust is that you cannot redeclare the same function. You don't have like function overload, right? So another thing that if you come from object-oriented paradigm, it's something very different as well. You cannot have like function with the same name and add, you know, let's say E32 here, for instance. You don't have that. You're gonna be complaining because already you're gonna be complaining because there is a function defined with the same name. What I think about functions in Rust, you know, we covered the most common cases here. So, okay, so far we saw cargo, Rust C, variable, we saw types. We haven't spoke about mutability yet. We talk about shadowing. But yeah, let's continue. So ownership, I think it's one of the a little complicated, you know, processes here, right? So for instance, if I declare a string 1, which is a string literal, for instance, I'm going to call it string 1, and instead of this block of code, I want to create a string literal 2 based on a literal string str1. So I can, in this case, I can normally print. I just need to know one thing. Where they're pointing at. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they're pointing to the same location. They're basically the same string. Which means that if I get string 2 and change this to string 2, well, I can mutate this. And what happened to my string 1 here? So it wasn't mutated even though they are pointing to the same... Oh, they're not pointing to the same location. They're actually... What he's doing here is just copying it. It's not the same string. Yep, so my bad. So you have 2 different pointers here. They're actually copying the value and not not taking that variable as reference. But what if I say that this is a reference of a string literal? What happened? Now they're pointing to the same location, I guess. Let me see, 0x7, 6b1, cc. Yeah, now they're pointing to the same location. Now I change my string 2. So I print the string 2 here. And then I try to print the string 1 here, but it's actually giving me the value of string 1. The question is why. Okay, so now that I have my string 2, so what I need to do is that string 1, it's gonna be receiving the value of string 2, and here is we hit the problem. So what the problem, cannot mutate a mutable variable because I need to tell this guy is mutable. Let's see what happened now. Okay, so now they're pointing to the same location. So I change to I print string 1 and 2, which is, you know, I change the value string to string 2. And then I print string 1 and 2 at the end, and then a string 2 right here, string 1, right? So, and you can get the value. Now in this way we can actually borrowing this string to this guy. He's performing some actions and then giving back that information to the access to this guy. No, it doesn't, Lucas. It doesn't. We don't have many jobs for this. We don't have actually jobs for this yet. So this language needs maturity, needs a better governance. It will take some time until I think in some point the market will widely adopt though. But there's no jobs, so I don't think there's, you know, for you. I mean, don't waste your time on this. I'm investing some time in this because I'm curious. I want to fully understand. Because there might be some services that I have internally in the company that I work that we can switch from C++ to Rust. Might be, and but I don't recommend for you to like bet your career on this. There's no jobs. Does that make sense, man? Did you understand me? Yeah. In US, it's hard to find jobs as on the US. Imagine in Brazil, right? So don't even waste your time. So now, if you're curious and you already know a programming language, might be like worthwhile to take a look, right? Just to know the differences. Yeah, I think in terms of like borrowing, it's something that we just need to practice, right? It's not that difficult to understand. It's pretty much like a const reference, right? So from C++, right? So for instance, if we, let's say, we create a function called test borrow, and then on test borrow we do have, like, let's work with the string, right? So we're gonna have an s string that's gonna be returning it's gonna be returning nothing actually. It will just like print the string. So if I declare, we already saw, right? So if I do this and create a string right here and return like this, wouldn't be a problem. But now if I return as here, for instance, and add the type here, now this guy should be able to receive this thing. It should be no problem. Yep. Okay. I don't think there's like any other thing that we can take a look. I don't think it makes sense for us to do this, right? So for instance, let's say you have age is of the type U8, U8 is like a very cheap value, right? I don't think oh yeah, so we're not returning anything. So I don't think it makes sense for us to, let's say I create a variable here, age of type U8, is being initialized with 0, and then we pass age here. It will do whatever it has to do, like in this case just print ln. But what if I want to get age and sum age with 1? So now I need actually to be able to mute age, and then yeah, I'm not returning anything. And after, if I want to return this guy, say U8, now I can maybe redeclare age, and then age changed, and I can return age without any problem, and I can print ln age. So usually in C++, what we do is that we take in consideration past as reference, you know, objects that are like the double of a pointer, right? So which is like the double of 4 bytes, right? A pointer has 4 bytes. So which means that you're going to be considering passing as const reference whatever is 8 bytes. So like a string or any other class or struct that you create. So you don't do this with the primitives because they are so cheap, right? They're so small. So it costs more to create this whole structure to pass this as reference that rather than just pass the value. So I don't know if it makes sense on the Rust world you do something like this, right? So this is a mutable reference of age, and this is a mutable reference of age. I don't know if that makes sense in this world here, right? So of course I need to this guy is no, I'm not gonna change this, but this guy needs to be mutable. And then now he's complaining because cannot use on type mutable reference, because I think I need to do reference this perhaps. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense to do this on primitive type sum, to be honest. I honestly don't know. Something to investigate. Yeah, sometimes, man. Sometimes, yes. I'm, you know, like this is my first live of the year, so I'm still thinking about what I'm gonna do with these lives. I really want to do something different this year, rather than just like deliver, being here talking, regular talking about anything or answering questions. I want to be, I want to try to organize my time in the way that I can create, have a lot of material that I teach the university here, so I can get a specific topic and just start speaking about that specific topic, going from the beginning to the end, and then finish the live. You know, I present that, I finish my live, I publish that on YouTube, and that's all. That's what I'm planning to do. So, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be in Portuguese or English yet. So I'm still thinking. So now if I want to return the value, I need to dereference as well to return this value to this guy, and then print age change right here. You should be able to get age 1. I don't know if it's but I'm glad that you know, like yeah. So try to write in English in the chat as well, so you can practice. To be honest, this is like a bit awkward. So if when you compare this with the with C++, right? Like primitive types, we don't do this at all. You just pass the value as is. So I bet that in Rust should be the same, I guess. But someone can confirm in the chat. I'm not 100% sure. Now when we are talking about strings, there's a lot of like intricacies. I think that returns does a copy, right? Yeah. So for so the main problem when you pass this reference feature is when you pass a reference or you use move semantics from C++, is because you want to avoid generating a copy, right? So when there is objects in a string, usually in C++, it is an object. Other languages as well, it is the most complex type on any programming language, right? I guess in Rust is the same case. So you don't pass this as a copy, right? You pass as reference. But like for primitive types, when I say primitive types, I'm referring to primitive types. I'm referring to U8, I8, F32, F64, Boolean char, and so on. So I don't even think these guys are primitive types. They are objects, right? I think even a literal string, which is like a small version of string. This is very similar to string view on C++. I think even this I wouldn't be considering a primitive type. I think primitive types are these guys here. I don't think it's worth it for you to do this entire structure just for a primitive type. It's just like age is U8 and that's it. Simple as that. Allows you want to really make sure that when you pass that value, you want to make sure that you don't lose. You want to control the flow of your application. You don't want to lose track of. Well, as we are not using it as a reference, I don't think there will be a problem of dangling pointer, and I don't think Rust allows this, right? It's one of the things the language try to prevent us to do. But it's not conventional at all, not common at all. You do this on primitive types in C++. But anyways, I think this is functions. And now let's talk about slicing, right? So slicing is just a way of you can extract or subtract especially strings, right? I don't know if it works with other types. But if I say, for instance, string from, and I say, yeah, hello, right? And I want a small fraction of this, I would be doing using this slice operator, right? And I would say, give me the character between this equal to, let's say, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So equal to 4. So I think I need to infer the string, right? So give me the string for this, which is string reference, and then print ln fraction. There you go. This is what slice do. I don't know. It works with the probably works with the any structure, data structure such as an array, for instance. Yeah. So if you come from a different programming language, you would imagine that your fraction, your string fraction, would be something like. First thing I thought was, oh, easy, right? I got str, and I want my str. I want the character 0, right? And look at my character 0 here. You cannot simply do that, right? So as you can see, this is incomplete. You cannot access this through index. That's the first thing you think, right? And usually, like strings, what they have is they have like function that you can actually, a function they call like substring that you can actually get that. And I think the idea of, the idea of the slice is exactly doing this, what substring would be doing for you, and has a nice convention. In this case, I'm trying to get just one character of fraction. There you go. So h. Like as you can see, 1 is not inclusive, so it's fine. It's just give me the first character from that particular index. It's a little verbose if you want to get one index, right? So if you're gonna get one character rather than just access the index. But it's really handy on to get like a subtract of a function of a string, right? I wonder if you could do like add this on a for loop and add this as an I as a variable, and this gets call for that particular string. Like so let's say for I in str.length perhaps. I think this is it starts in 0 and then keep going I1. Let's see. Oh. Let me comment this line here. Yeah, you got all characters, but I should be able to print, let's say, no, this is coming from here. Well, I'm not getting here. Length, in length. Let me see. Oh, the simplest way. The simplest way is using in is converting this guy to characters, but not what I'm looking for. Let me see the other way of constructing for. Is there a way so we can avoid this structure? We could say this pop up here? So one way is doing characters and string characters that will traverse the entire string as an array. But what about indexes? What if I want to use indexes? So if I want to use indexes, should be 4 in 0 go to length, where length is not inclusive, perhaps. But this gives me the index, right? So what if I say now that this is reference stri, it will give me the character. So this is exactly what I was trying to do. So we are traversing the array, creating an index that starts on 0, goes to the maximal length of a string. I think there is a escape character at the end of the string. That's why it's not inclusive. I think if this is inclusive, what protection do we have? Yeah, there you go. So we went way out of the bounds, which means that the last character is escape character, maybe /r/n. And then what we did here is that every time we go through, we get the character on that particular position, which starts on I. And it's inclusive I. So if I say 0, it will incrementally change, because we don't have like any factor for incrementing. Look this. Let's write this guy, it's gonna be I. It's a little verbose if you do like in this way. I think the easiest approach will be something like this, if you want to manipulate each individual character. But I think in here you have more control, especially if you want to do something really cool like we just did. Yeah, so I think that returns does a copy. Thank you for the follow, Arnold Mateus. Character is the recommended way, but I think you want to 0 string length. Yes, that's right, exactly. Yeah. Like if you want to have like more control in what you're doing, I mean, you could do something like this. Maybe I'm just like thinking on coming from another programming language and thinking on the same way. Maybe it's not the best way. Maybe it's the best way is using the character, this approach here, where you convert this guy to an array of characters, and then you can traverse this as you would be using a for each, right? Maybe. Answers to questions that I don't know. Yeah, so then the chapter 5, I think, that's okay, right? So I think we're in a good place here. So we went from chapter 1 to chapter 4 like in a blink of an eye. I don't think there's something... I think the intricacies or the details we can learn actually doing a project, right? That will be cool. Do a real project in Rust that we can practice all these concepts. So the other concept is you can find in chapter 5, which is defining instantiating structs, is definition of struct. There's no classes in here. If I say user here, and I can define a struct from the user in the way I want, I can let's say I can have a name for the user, it's just a string, and I can have an age, which is just U8, and then I can have, let's say, is alive functionality, which is just a boolean. There you go. So another interesting thing about this is that if I try to print ln, if I create a user first of all, just say let user equal to a user, and then initialize the user like this, and I try to bring that land this user. I'm gonna get an error. I'm gonna get an error because he does not know what he needs to be printing here. So you actually need to format. So in C++ you actually implement in C# you got a toString function that you can define what your object is. In C++ you gotta implement the operator overload for your toString. It's exactly the same thing with Rust. You can actually implement your I guess the display for user, and then implement this thing here, which is like a no-brainer at what your object could be. Same thing with comparison and so on. But I think a little handy, tool that he has, if you just want to test that object, you don't want to actually print the object, you can just use this decorator here called derive debug, and then add this annotation here in the name, so you can get the same result. Just if it's just for debugging purpose, as you can see. The difference is if you don't implement this thing, and you wanna, if you don't annotate this, and you wanna, let's say, implement debug here for user, the difference is, I think we need to import something. Let me see. Should be trait. Should be trait or debug? Yeah, it's let me see one thing. How do I implement this thing? So I think I just need to understand the signature of this thing. It's like an operator overload. Let me see if I found anything in here. Self, which is the object, F, it's was the mutable formatter. And the result is missing generic for enum results. I have no idea what is this. Which generic he's talking about? I don't have any reference for generics here. But this is like this is the equivalent in C++ to std ostream, std ostream operator. Yeah, std ostream operator ostream reference, and then the object that you want to, so the OS and the object that you want to print. So this is exactly the same thing. I don't know the signature. This is like a no-brainer. It is what it is. But the only thing you can change is the format that you want to print, like in C++. I just don't. I'm not sure about the entire signature. Hey, Felipe. Yeah, man. 1 year. Thanks for the follow, man. Really, thank you for the follow. So this does not return anything. I'm gonna say fmt error. Maybe that's the rest of the signature is missing. Yep. There you go. So the cool part about this is that it's like on C++. If you're actually going to print your object, you can see that you can define your object as you'd like to. So you don't need, for instance, I don't want a user here. You just want to, the name of the objects here. There you go. So you can really control what your object really means, right? It's okay, man. It's okay. Não tem problema não, Felipe. Tenta aí ver se quiser perguntar em português, pergunta aí também. Não tem problema não. Obrigado pelo follow, mano. Obrigado por esse 1 ano aí e 10 dias. Valeu demais. Agradeço demais você tá seguindo aí. Tamo junto, mano. So this is very much like OStream in C++, right? So it's like a no-brainer. It's something that you have to memorize. If you have GitHub Copilot to actually fill up these lines for you, it's just a matter of you defining where and how you want to print what this means to you, right? I bet that you must have something to compare as well. You're gonna have something to compare and so on, right? Exclusive implementation, they're predefined. But if you don't want to actually implement things like this, you can just annotate this with the debug, and that will be fine. I think that's the first caveat working with the structs, right? What else? Okay, so imagine that you want to check whether, if you want to check if the player is alive. We could get a function for this, but it's kind of counterintuitive, right? As this are all the elements in a struct are public, you can directly access that particular property, right? So you cannot encapsulate that. So you can access. You don't need to create that get and set for this. But I think like a function that would be useful is, say that you want to implement, for instance, implement user. And inside of user, you can define a function called, let's say, name length, for instance. And then you can pass self, which is the object. Then you can return unsigned or whatever. This will depend on operational system, and you can add self-name.length. It will return the size of your name string, right? So now with this, we can, inside of user, we do have this new function called name length. There you go. Instead of name length, we should be actually get the the length of the name John, right, which is 4 characters. If I say John week, it will counter all the elements in there. One thing I don't understand though yet is, in this way I can access the function through the object, right? So that's how I define a method for that particular function. But also I can, for instance, if you have like a random name, right? So if I say string 1, let's say name, and this name is a string literal, and the string literal is just fire hunter, for instance, right? And then you want to know the length of that particular name. You could create another variable here. You could shadow this, and you could say that user column name length, and inside of name length, so can I pass self or can I pass other object? It will recognize as self. So if I say that this is name.toString. Can I do this? So he's complaining because this is a mismatch type, it's not of type user. But here's the thing, right? I can actually have, if he's expecting another user, I have that user in there. I'm gonna create another user 1, and on my username length, I'm gonna pass user 1, which matches the signature of the function. It's complaining about what? Expected reference user. Okay. So he's actually not recognizing as self the instance of the object, but the type of the object, right? So it doesn't matter what you pass as long as it's that type. So this is username length for any object of that particular type. So this is actually, take me to another idea of you can actually easily extend a string function. For instance, we could say could we say trait, let's say my string utils for string, and then I have Salve! Hey, Boy Fighter, how are you, man? How's it going? So do I think I have to define my string utils in order to actually implement this thing? It's complaining about something else. So good. Oh good. Oh good. Expected rationalize. Or should be implement Okay, so first of all, you need to define your trait. Okay, so my string length, and then I can, inside of my implementation, actually implement that thing. String length, use size, self length. So now, if this is true, if I can actually implement this for a string, I can actually extend the capability of a string. Now in this case, so for instance, this particular case here, right? I could say string column my string length, and then I could actually pass a name here, dot toString. This is interesting because you can actually extend the capability of the application. You can really cool. This is in C# is a it is a function extension, something called function extension. This is really cool. Extension methods, yeah. So you can create, so the caveat with extension methods, the class has to be static, so the function has to be static, and then you can extend. You can see the class has a static, and the function has to be static. So then you can actually extend the capability of a string. So in this case, he's actually splitting the string and then return split string, remove the empty entries and return that length. You can actually extend that, so you can including see the visual aid into the Visual Studio community. So same thing. I think this is really neat idea because you can actually extend the language into your own liking, right? So easily by doing this. If there are functionalities that you would like to have on a string, I mean, or in a number, you could definitely easily to do this, and you can have your own modules, and you can have your own crate and download your crate as a dependency of your project that has these capabilities, right? I think this really neat idea, to be honest, really cool. This easily type extension. You can define the trait and do an implementation by string utils for string. Yes, absolutely. So I define the trait called string utils. I define the function signature, and then I implement it with for string that particular trait. That's really cool. Really neat idea. In live, yes, in live today, obvious. In live today. What else? I think, in terms of structs, I'm sure that we're going to be seeing more things in the future. But I think this is good enough. And another thing maybe we have to do is, okay, so how we deal with this thing. Remember that we talk about functions? Deal with objects, right? So in this case, I think the recommended approach is always to pass this object as reference. And you can manipulate this. And if you want to actually change the object, I think it's going to be like mutable reference object a user. So then you can actually, borrow the responsibility, do whatever you need to do, and then give back the responsibility who is actually sending. I think this is by default implements the move semantics. Rule of thumb of C++, objects, right? I think this should be probably the same within Rust. So another thing I was thinking here is that, like, why name should be a string, right? So I think name, like things that we're not going to be changing constantly, I think this should be like string literal. Can we do this? Yeah, but for string literal, we need to define lifetime. So something that I haven't seen yet. What is this, right? To define the lifetime of a string, I have no idea what this means. What is this for? But it's something that we might be looking at this sooner. But I think a good way of looking at this is, as we're not going to change this through the console, I think it would be nice to use string literal, especially because you're just like storing and showing the data, right? I think there's nothing else. I think there's nothing else left for instruct so far, right? That's all. So now we jump from one. We saw chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yeah, I think that's cool. Yeah, nothing left from the chapter 5. Now enums and pattern match, right? So go use that approach. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So now, defining enums. I think enums are more rich in Rust than in any other programming language. You can do so much, right? So there is this idea. First of all, enums in other programming languages, you can just declare a num with the same type, which means that, for instance, if I say this is a num of faction, and here you're gonna have warrior, and then here you're gonna have mage, you can represent this as a number, right? And you can, let's say, start this guy as a number, and this will continue from 100 to 101. This happens in any programming language. But you also can define any other number here as well, without any issue, right? This is one thing you can do in any programming language. But you can do more in Rust, right? You can actually be more meaningful with your enums. So the example that he gives on in the book, it's like enum, it's been used also as a data storage, right? Or a data type. Because, for instance, you could say this is general. It's gonna be general faction, and this general faction is a let's say it's gonna be like warrior, mage, rogue, and this guy can be of type general faction as well. Look how you can represent complex type structure. And mage faction could be not mage faction, like custom class. And I'm gonna have custom 1, custom 2. And this guy here could be custom faction of type custom class. So it's a very different way you can actually create an enum here, right? So for instance, I can create a faction that it is of the type faction. Inside of the faction I have these types, and I can say that this faction is of type general faction, and inside of that faction I can call the G faction, and inside of the G faction can define the more specific of that particular faction. Let's say it's gonna be a mage. So PHP reborn after native enum was implemented, or literally before that I was using abstract class, and before that I was using abstract class and creating const to represent enum values. So PHP, it's a lot of hacks. Before we have a lot of hacks to do to represent what other most high-level languages usually offer. Right? So, but I think it's the language is like a little faster now as the better, as much more functionality, more performant. For instance, when you take Laravel as your framework, this is a framework that deliver most of what you need to implement a project, right? And it has like an UI and API and a backend. I think PHP has come a long way though to be in this state that it is right now. I think what really pushes PHP was like when Zen took the project, right? So before it was like most of companies and they were not using it. So I think the caveat of doing this is how you do comparison, right? It's not straightforward in Rust. So if I want to compare something, like if I want to say the faction, it's equal to this, for instance, I need actually to implement or display, if I'm not mistaken. Look this. I need to implement the partial equal. Or I can annotate, right? So again, so we can do that annotation here to really represent those things. And he's gonna be complaining about other things as well. Oh, I think I need to, yes, I need to implement this annotation in all dependencies. So it's gonna be derive partially equal. I need this guy as well. So rather than you just like implement the overload, right? And this way you can actually compare. So you're a mage. But it's more, you know, you can do a lot of, you know, much more meaningful data structure with enum that's simply using enum to compare value. So you can you know, push enum even further. And the whole idea of using enum, which, you know, pattern match, is as well straightforward, right? So let's say you want to, you know, implement different cases. If you want to say faction, and it's one of those cases, do something, right? So implement this, and so on. There you go. So you want to know if faction. So if I remove any of these comments as well, we might end up in problem here again, because you need to implement. We need to implement the overload operation, right? I don't know how to call this yet, right? So I don't know if there's a proper name. Macro, perhaps, just macro. Yeah, recently I read an article and the author made a comparison between some language and PHP lose only for Go. PHP increases a lot of performance security. Yes, I was like reading about PHP some time ago, and I saw that it has been, you know, pushing the boundaries a lot. Has been improved a lot. Cool. I think this is an example of enums with a pattern match. What else we could do? We already did a combination with adding enum with types. I was just like wondering, when you have like enum like this, and you say, for instance, enum user, right? And you put a name and then you say age. And you have a struct and call user2. I think we're gonna have like a difference in syntax, but mechanically speaking, how different they are, right? If I say user username from string, I have the option to do so. Also, I can actually say comma here and pass the value directly for age. What if I say this? Can I do this? No, it's not what I want. So you cannot construct like this. In this case of enum, to create a user, yeah, it's just one value. That's the difference. Okay. It's just one value at a time. If I say user2, now I can actually create in that structure. Okay. It's okay, so the main difference between enum and user is that it's either this or that. So in this case, you want to actually create a structure that gives you an option to choose between options, right? And this is a group of, you know, information that are relevant to each other. In this case, they are completely irrelevant to each other. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, those are derived macros. Okay, cool. Thanks, Future Highway. Thank you for the follow, Nebo. So another way you can actually declare enum is, I think you can use any type, but you also can use what we call objects in Java, script notation, for instance. Let's say I want to have enum call area, and here I have dimensions, right? And then you could do this using a tuple, but you also could use this idea here as well. could say that your dimension is made of an object. It's really, really handy. So now go back to the user thing. If I say enum user and I say info and I say that name is a string and age U8, I can actually say that this user column info has this structure. So that's pretty much what a structure does, right? And I wonder what is the difference. So the name is going to be Twitch. That's the string. And age is going to be 100, right? Semicolon. And then if I user when I user one dot, I cannot access any of these properties, but I can actually implement stuff for a user. If I say implement user, can I do stuff? For instance, print the name. Apparently we can. If I say now user one, I'll print. There you go. So we got the same idea that a structure has. Interesting, right? Because you cannot have a struct so detailed like an enum. What you could have an enum. Like for instance, you have like info about that particular enum. And if you want to like store just addresses, right? So you could say, but the thing is, you cannot group this information together, right? Mm-hmm. Just 1 minute. Yeah, that's very interesting. So taking back exactly the same concept, so I can structure data the way I want, as long as I group the information that I want in the same substructure. Yeah. Interesting. Also, we could, I'm thinking here, if I create a enum called data and I call a struct called user, and then I have name and age, can I say that this info, obviously I could say that this is user information, and I could say that this is user. That's done, right? And I could pass an object of type user right here. This is like very similar idea of JSON, right? So you can actually build the object in the structure that you want. But also you could get this info and change this to a user and tell that this is of the type user as well. Things are getting interesting. So now your user slash now it's not user, so your data column user is expecting a user. Then you could create that object right there. And then I could get my println. User right here. Where's this guy's complaining? No? there you go. You can get this exactly the same idea. I mean, I wonder in which cases, real scenarios you can get, such as this structure, this type of structure within the application. But interesting though, so you can make enum more useful than it is right now, right? So enum is just today is just to increase the readability and try to limit the options that the user have. In Rust, I wouldn't say that it limits the option the user has. It increases readability and allows you to expand the data that you can store within an enum. It just became like a complex, different type of data. You can just simply use as a regular enum, but you can also use as a different data type as well, a complex data type. As you can see here, you can have a structure and substructures and so on. And those substructures are optional, right? So you can either have one or the other filled. Interesting, really interesting. And I bet that if you want to, like, for instance, if you want to have addresses, user and addresses combined, you would have actually a enum called user. So I can get enum user data, for instance, and that user data, you're gonna have user, which is of the type data, and that it will give you the option to combine user and addresses in one single object, because it's expected data, right? So if I say this, I have my user data, I could have let user addresses and then store all these addresses in here, and on my user data, it's gonna be my user data, and on user I could provide, can I provide both? Can I provide both? Can I say user one? It maintains the same idea of one or the other. Yeah, it obtains it's either one or the other. I thought that we could create the same idea of a data aggregation like a struct does. But anyways, it's a complex type now. It's not just like a simple enum. But cool. I think that's all about enums, right? So there's not much to talk about. We saw match pattern as well. Match pattern, it's pretty easy. So one thing I noticed about match pattern is the idea of declaring using if let. I don't know how many of you are familiarized with if let, right? So if I say enum, I'm gonna get this example here, coins, right? And you have this guy here, and then you have a function called valuing cents, and you have this match pattern to return just the value What if, I know that sounds verbose, but you could have if let coin equal to return coin. Let me see the syntax for this. In which case we should be using this. Oh, okay. Right. Right. So the return actually remains the same. It's just match coin. So now I could say, let's say let coin, it's equal to penny. You could say if let coins penny coin, it will print like penny, but it also can say value in cents coin, and then use yeah, sorry, I think this is here. So you have a value, you check if that value exists, and then you attribute that to a particular variable. Can I do this in a non-optional value? Can I say can I do this? Expected tuple, structure tuple variant, find a value in cents. So if it's tuple or struct, this is will allow me just to do with sum and none. So in this case, it's just if coin is equal to coin penny, it will do whatever. Okay. So what if I create a function called sum option where coin is an option of coins. And then coins is gonna be sum coins penny. Then if I say sum coin coins penny coin, because the value can be either of any of those two. Okay, so if let pattern is just useful when we are dealing with option or result types. It's more ergonomic way to handle these cases. Okay. Other than that, because they can either have one option or the other, so rather than you declare and assign, you can directly do here in one line the comparison and declaration. What if I remove this, actually say coin here and say sum coins penny, so you don't get the need to do this, right? Yeah, but that, well, I'm already doing this on the other side, so I need to compare with something. Yes, Rust, man. I'm like just reviewing the stuff that I have learned. FCRP. I am in the chapter right now 6. Oi. Mm-hmm. I'm in the chapter 6, and yeah, so it's pretty easy so far. I mean, there are things that I need to stick to my brain that I still have, difficult to understand the purpose and which cases should I use. But this is normal in any programming language. Like for instance, this guy here is just used on option type and results, right? Because it simplifies the syntax, right? There are a few things that there you go. What is this guy's complaining? Yeah. So I'm still, yeah. So right now, I'm finishing the official documentation and reading this book here. Mastering Rust, second edition. Just getting the idea here. But so far so good, not a problem. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna, yeah, no worries, man. So I will give a little break, 15 minutes max tops, or 20 minutes tops, and I will have dinner, and I'll be right back. If you guys want to continue, so we went through from chapter 1 to chapter 6, and I'm planning to do chapter 7 and 8 today still. So 7 is just basically how you organize your projects in crates and modules, and chapter 8 is common collections, right? So which is vector and tuples and so on, right? So yeah, I'll be right back. Dinner time. If you guys want to stick around, you're more than welcome. Be right back, guys. Ô Igor, beleza? Igovski. Hoje nós só estamos no inglês, acredita, Igovski? Só no inglês. Okay, so we went to chapter 1 to chapter 6. Now chapter 7, which is packages and crates. So the crate, I think this is a lot of conceptual things on crate. Well, let's go to the practice. Like for instance, imagine that I have a folder here called utils, and inside of this folder I have a file called mod.rs. This is automatically recognized as a module. So if I create a function test that just prints something, prints hello, test from utils. Now if I try to declare mod utils, can I use utils test? No, because test is not available. To make test available, I need to make it public. Now I have this function available for me. Easy. So now if I use this, good. Okay. So we also can use the use statement from crate, and from crate we can we don't have that utils available because utils is not declared. I think we need to say mod utils, maybe then crate utils, then test. So then in this way I can use test directly, now utils, and this way we can also use that. Fala só pra blogger, beleza? Hoje só no inglês, mano. Tô bem, e você? Feliz ano novo, brother. Hoje eu tô no capítulo 7 do Rust. There's another way you can using the absolute path or the relative path using mod. Another scenario, feliz ano novo, man. Another scenario is that we can have a file called utils.rs where we do have function like function from utils mod.rs. This function is public. So can I access say use utils, no, use crate utils, oh no, so is mod utils. Inside of mod utils, now I have access to that utils, just call from utils mod.rs, and in my main application I can have access to my utils, which is my module. So there you go, test from utils mod.rs, test from utils mod.rs. There you go. Not that difficult, to be honest. We just need to practice a different way of organizing projects. So now what if I do have inside of my module, I do have another module. What if I say that I have module strings And inside of my module strings, I have this function here. So this mod will come here. No? Okay. So when I add this inside of a module, so now I have a problem to identify the utils module. So let's say I don't want to use this guy for now. I just want to use a simple println test from mod util. Then inside of the main, I can say not utils anymore, I guess utils, and inside now it's confusing. No. Uh-oh. Utils. Why is this guy's complaining? Utils, strings. Okay. Now I can use string. Test. Okay. Strings and test. It's inside of utils. What if it is inside of another module called ultra? So this guy probably is gonna be ultra as string, and I could use string column test. Okay. Let me start. Fine. Do I need the mod utils here? Yeah, I need the declaration of the model. Only English usual, only English today or tonight. I'm just trying to figure out the module situation here, so how to better organize the project. I think there's this idea of specifying from the absolute path a module. This is how you can organize your module inside of the file. So if you don't put like any other module, he recognizes that the module is the name of the folder, utils. If you create utils, whatever is inside, it's all the module. So which is good, because if you think about it, so for instance, if I just have these files as a module, you recognize this as a module, I can easily invoke the other module that has the name utils in this case, which is this file. Let's say, like, I name this as a strings, for instance, and I can say here that this is strings, and then I can get strings, and then I can get the function from the strings. Yeah, it's really not that bad. Hello Guy, how are you, man? It's not that bad. So in here, I can say giving the module utils. Inside of the utils, what I do have, column, and I have the function test. It should be working fine. There you go. Not that bad. I mean, it's just need practice to get the idea. Yeah, I just need to use the module here to get them. This is acts as a good evening, man. So we just need the idea of think about the mod util means use this module. Yeah, this is about, I mean, of course there are a lot of like details that we're going to be able to see as we move forward, but I think in terms of like module management, I think this is enough. This is, you know, give us a very good idea on how to work with the modules and how organize the project better. Not that bad, not that bad. So now let's go for common collections, which is a chapter 8. So the first common collection, we already saw tuples, we already saw arrays, and now I guess we're gonna see the most flexible one, which is vectors. Good question, but I will tell you why. So the reason is I'm not gonna remember this whole command, and I'm not gonna be typing this whole command, right? Or should I remember cargo, build, release? If I don't want to release, or maybe later on I can say release and then say platform. I'm not gonna be able to remember, right? I can just simply say npm start, that's it, or npm doc, right? So imagine that npm package JSON here is just my command line here, so I can call commands from cargo, so I don't have to remember cargo. So another benefit is if you're dealing with multiple languages and different, you know, multiple contexts, it's easy for you to adopt another tool rather than memorizing all of, you know, these nuances from that application. So you can use something that you're familiarized with, right? You're familiar with, right? This is one of the things. And I noticed that cargo, we do have cargo toml that acts as your package JSON. I was expecting to have something like this, and then you could have this. It would be nice, right? So I don't have to remember none of this stuff. There you go. I could build in here, but we don't have that. Maybe our first project would be like a cargo package that is a binary that you can download and acts your command for taking consideration your scripts that you put on this section here. Maybe maybe it will be the first project that we might be doing. So I haven't seen anything like that yet. So JavaScript, TypeScript, C#, Java, they all have, C++, they all have command scripts that you can actually create. And in Cargo, for some reason we still don't have it. I think it's because the language is too new. But that's the reason. I think someone was going to be creating one this. If nobody's going to be creating, we will create this. It'll be our first Cargo contribution. So how to create a vector? Vector sample is of type vec. Is a template like in C++. I'm gonna create a vector of string, or maybe a vector of literal string. And I say vac u. So vac dot push, and then we can add the value apple. What is the problem? So he's saying that the vector by default, or the variable actually, is not mutable. You have to determine that's mutable. Okay, so let me just see one thing. So if I say what this is will print, it will print the whole vector. Apple, okay. So what if I create and initialize this, and I say that this is going to be vec and then you can say apple and banana. So in that case, you don't need them to be mutable if you're already initializing. Now if you want to change that, adding a new one like orange, you have to turn this in mutable. Okay, makes sense. Now if I start, the last item is going to be orange, and I'm assuming that if I say vac pop, it will take the last item on the vector as any other vector. So banana. So what is this? Can you explain what is the whole, the whole process here is just this specific line of code. So what exactly you want me to explain? So you want to say, you want me to explain what I'm doing, or just this section of the code? So I think the other thing, and Diego, let me know what you exactly want to know. I think the other way, you have an array to vector. It's another way to initialize a vector. Then push an orange and remove the orange. There's going to be like empty vector. Cool. And can you also initialize a vector with that notation, saying that I want to initialize a vector with 5 elements that contain 10, for instance. What is this V? Is that... Expected string array, the return type of all this called an entry due to the type argument pass function defined here. Is expected string literal? What type of string literal here? Yeah, that's a vector of 5, 10 times, right? Yeah, that's that's the type of notation I was looking for. But how we do with the vector, is that possible? For instance, if I say an array, I can say that the type is i32. Oh, maybe it's the type. That's why he's complaining about the literal. I say, okay, so I'm expecting to receive a string reference, and the string reference of this array, of this vector, is let's say 5, and then 10 elements. Is that right? He's complaining. Roles. No role is expected to stoke in a macro call. It's just 5, perhaps. Expected file building type string. Well, that's okay. Should I pass it as a string? And then 5 and 10. No, it's 5. Hold on, let me see what is this. Oh, that's the string. Oh, okay. Now now I understand. Okay, so this is the string that I want. So it can be 5 times. Now I understand. 5 times empty string. So I can initialize 5 times with empty string. Okay, got it. So if I understood now. Now if I print vector, should be able to see this. Print vector, pop one off, and then print vector. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so then I add orange at the end, and then I remove orange at the end. Okay, got it. Okay, so that's the string that I'm passing in. This is actually what the value I'm passing in. So if I say, if this is U8, I would be passing here, like for instance 1, or initialize with 0 and add 5 elements, and then in here add a 11 for instance. Let's say, yeah, so 0 0 0 11. Okay, got it. And then we add, and then we pop. What do you define type as a vector? You can do, yes, that's right, that's right. Oh, you can do it as a string as well. Even being a U8. No, oh, you're referring to the previous string literal. Okay, gotcha. So if I say, if it was string literal, and I say this is going to be accepted of, gotcha. Same thing, right? Thanks for the follow, Vidi A-Tap. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Easy peasy. So how do we iterate over a vector, right? So let's say we do have let's say we do have a vec and say apple, orange, grape, wait, this comes as vec minus vec. So if I say 4 fruit, let's say in reference vec, which is an object, so start. Okay. Now the other way, what if I say 4I and starting in 0, go to var length, go to each object of the vector. It'll also work. Okay, so can I assign, for instance, let's say rather than print, what if I get a vector I, and then rather than vector I say I can get the vector I, and then Can I concatenate this with, you know, let's say adding plural? I have to create a non-string. Same idea of passing this thing, create a variable to pass that reference on. You're from Brazil, man? Eu também sou, pô. Acho que se não quiser perder o vac, tem que fazer o vac in vac iter. Cool. Yeah, you can talk in Portuguese, yeah. Yeah, talk in Portuguese translates fine, it's fine. Fine, fine, fine. I wonder if... I know that we can do this. So we also can do... let's say vac dot iter dot for each. Can we do this? Can we do something like this? For each element. Ah. Is this a lambda expression? For each element, print f. Looks like a lambda expression. Interesting. What if in the first if, what if I want to change my f? So should I create a mutable temporary fruit that receives a reference of banana, and then with that temp I can assign whatever I need, right? In this case I already receive f, and I say that I can concatenate this thing with and put in a plural. I cannot do this on a string literal. I cannot do this on a string literal. Okay. If it were a string, could I do this? Should I convert this to a string, normal string? Yeah, so the thing is, Perry, so here's the thing. Are you sure? So are you sure that that's the only way, right? So my point is, I can use ChatGPT to give me the answer, right? So if I say vac iter mutable, I can get the result we are looking for, right? Exactly how we did this with, you know, this kind of like lambda expression. But my point here is, what if we want to do it this way? Because we have some scenario to fulfill. What are the implications? What are the pros and cons? So what if we want to do it this way, and I want to modify using this way? What are the pros and cons, rather than always strictly doing one way? You got what I mean? No, man. So I don't live in Brazil. I live in Brazil for 7 years now. Live in Canada. I live in Canada. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, what if I want to get the fruit? Okay. So the variable, the original variable, vac is mutable. Let's see. As you can see here, we have a vector that's mutable. I can iterating over using these three strategies. Now if I want to modify the value using the first strategy, I create a variable here, temp, and I'm going to comment this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna print ln and I'm gonna print temp. So what do we expect from temp is, as you can see, I got all the fruits duplicated, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to comment this line and I'm going to comment these two here as well. We're going to be tackling this approach sooner. So now if I start, it's going to be printing from temp. As you can see, I got apple, orange, and grape. What do we expect as a as this is just a simple instance of that particular vector. So now what I want to do is be able to, I want to get, maybe I don't even need this, right? So maybe we could say the reference from F could say banana directly. And you can see that I got no issue with, right? So if I say that's banana or no fruit, it's totally, valid. No fruit. Take a look. I want to set no fruit and I want to print F. Not F actually, I want to print the vector and then maybe maybe F. So cannot assign to F, which is behind the reference. F is a reference, so the data refers to cannot be written. Mutable iterator. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Vac is mutable, but not the reference. Okay. F is not mutable. So then this is the problem. Could I do this? Could I say that this is a mutable F? Is that a valid syntax? Can I say that this is a mutable reference F? So if it's not mutable, because I'm not passing a mutable, I'm behind the reference. So it's two reference here. I cannot dereference twice. The sign of a valid string cannot be a compilation. Now, if I say that this guy is mutable, and I dereference twice, also does not resolve the problem. If I say that it's mutable reference, so what if I say that this is a mutable reference of str? Is that possible? Oh, the expression is not valid. If I say that mutable, no. You need to dereference twice. Well, I try. You can. Let me see. I work with the Java Plano. Man, I think Alan. So I think the main problem is the main challenge, not problem. The main challenge for you to work for external, international company is your English level, though. So if you're able to communicate, you have technical skills, and you have your resume formatted in a way that you're able to read and understand, and you have good English. I mean, you have all the possibilities. So the main problem that new developers coming to Canada they struggle with is not even technical, is because they don't speak the language. So during the interview they don't even understand the question that was asked to them, right? So how can they possibly be replying to that question and be eloquent enough to try to explain their entire thought process, right? So I think this is the main challenge. So if you break the barrier of the language barrier, so the rest is easy. If you're good technically, the rest is easy. That's the best advice I can give, because after 7 years I have been placed so many developers here coming from other countries though, especially from Brazil, man. That's the best way to go. So if you don't have a good level of English, and if you're poor technically, it will be a struggle. But then if you're good technically, but you don't have a good level of English, you just need to improve your level of English. And you have both combined. The rest is just like refine your resume in a way that the bots can really capture the keywords that you're looking for in that particular resume, right? For the position that's being advertised. So it's easy for you to get a position outside. I don't know if it makes sense. Okay, so let's see, Perry. E você está usando and you are using reference vec, então then the type is reference vector. So with ether, f is reference vec, ether mutable, f is mutable string. Okay. So can I say then, if could I say that this f it's a mutable str? Is that possible? I cannot declare the type here, even though I have the type hint here. It looks like the type doesn't exist, right? I cannot put the type here. So what if I say for f in, so the vector is already mutable. Should we say mutable reference vector? It doesn't make any difference. Okay, so it needs the ether mute. Okay, it needs that. Okay. So your question flipping is the same question that I was asked before. I'm not looking for the best way to do the thing. I'm not looking for the solution for the problem. Why not use vec ether mute? So I can get an answer quickly on using ChatGPT, for instance, right? So I'm not concerning about the right answer. So my point here is, look, so when you're actually developing real applications, right, for organization, is you encounter many different cases, right, use cases. And if the programming language offer all these mechanics, you need to be able to resolve the problem in multiple ways. So what I'm trying to understand here is, what if I want to do a simple for loop, not using a vector, using the iterator that the vector provides me, as you would do in C++, but what I want is just traverse that array using an element like a for each in that particular vector. So it does the job for me, right? But now what I want to do, I can traverse that, right? No problem. It works. Valid syntax. But now I want to modify that that item in there. So what I'm looking for is, I want to modify here in this context. I don't want to modify using iterate mutable iterator. So I want to see if it's possible, rather than you guys saying, right? So if I say vect dot iter mute, exactly what we did here, right? I want to be able to see if we can do it this way, and also if we can do it this way, and then we can see, and when we compare, and then we see the differences, see pros and cons, and then we understand why vec iter mute is the best approach. You understand? So for instance, if I'm passing, vector mutable, yeah, tell me the challenge, man. Okay, yeah, that's good, Natania. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so if I remove the reference from vector, so I'm not passing vector as reference, but then I say pass this vector as a mutable reference, right? So can I dereference this vector now, the element from the vector, and change that? So it looks like I can, right? That's good. So now we are able to see that we were able to change the value, and then at the end of this process, what I want to achieve is I want to be able to print vector, and it should have no fruits in every single element, right? There you go, no fruits in every single element, right? No issue. Okay, so what if now I want to do this inside of this for loop with indexes, right? Using the vector length, right? How would I go about this? Should I, that's a different approach. How should I get the vector I and apply no fruit? Is that possible? Directly do this? Cool. Looks like it is. The int to iterator implementation for immutable vector is the same as itermute. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to understand fully. Not using something that I completely don't know. I'm oblivious to what that means. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So for instance, what if so the documentation is very raw, right? It's just like do simple basic operations here. It doesn't like treat other scenarios. You probably expect the developer do his part. So the other approach would be using this vector here. So rather than change this, so what if I want to say I want to actually change the value to no fruits? Is that possible? Using this for each. So in this case should be mutable reference. Is that possible to do this? Reference mute vector. And then I could use this guy. This is like a lambda function. How do I set this type? Should I consider changing this binding type to be a mutable string? Which binding type? This guy should be like a mutable str, or the type should be in front, should be like this. I have no idea. You don't need the or each as well. So with the loop syntax, I always use the no iterator trait, which is why we can use vac and immutable vac, but we can't do that with this syntax. Okay. So the reference mutable iterated mute is preferred because the compiler can light bounds check that a single array will not do. So you're saying that I'm traversing here and there is a chance for the compiler to not evaluate the boundaries, so the bounds of that particular vector. How can it possibly go beyond this particular vector list? In which case this vector list was not going to be evaluated. So I'm simply traversing on the elements that did exist in that particular vector. So I'm using The same thought process from C++. I wondered why this would be a risk. Why this one would be a risk. Sounds weird. Let me see another aspect of this. So, correct. With the ether mute, it knows that I can't go past, yeah. So, but with the vector I, it has to bounce check I every time. Okay, so if the concern, okay, gotcha. So if the concern is maybe performance because it has to bounce check, so this is one of the things that we still have to resolve. Let's try to do one thing here. Let's measure this, right? Let's create a function called measure time. It's called delta processing time. There you go. So this processing time has to be f type f and f type f, and then let me see. Is there a okay, so duration, instant now, elapsed time. Okay. Let me bring this to this side. Let's take the time. Duration instant. Oh. Duration. Where f where how do I see the functions that this thing has? I mean, it's just like duration, instant time, save time. Source. I don't want to see source. Do you guys know how to do a when you iterate by index, you could modify the index here request. So the compiler can optimize away the repetitive presence check to avoid out of bounds memory errors. It's a small optimization, but it matters in some cases. Iterators are always safer, technically faster because of that. Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Nice, nice. I want to see, in terms of performance, if there is actually any performance hit. Is there like any? Do you guys know how to create a function pointer here? Let me see how to create a function pointer in Rust. There is a trait called fn pointer. Okay, so fn knows. So I haven't get to the point to understand traits yet. Well, let's see this thing. These autocompletes are crazy. Okay, that's what I want. Is this the syntax correct? Should the where clause be on the same line? So I don't need anything else. So start time is equal to instance now. So f and then instance now minus start. That's my return time. It doesn't have, let me see if it does have where. How to use where in Rust. Traits are Haskell type classes. Never used Haskell before. Fn, okay, function pointers Fn, traits are C# extension methods. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Mix with the interface, gotcha. More understandable. So extension classes are extension methods are just static classes and static methods that extend the capability of a simple type. So which you call a trait what you can extend a specific type, right? So we did that early on today. So when I what we did, well, I forgot what we did. I think we did implement. We said, I think was implement my strings. I think toString, I guess, or from string. I don't recall exactly. So then I have the function definition. No, sorry. I think was trait my string. And I think we implement my trait, my string first string. Yeah, that's what we did. So in this way, we are able to implement any function that we want that extends the capability of the string. That's really handy, though. That's really, really handy. Yeah, really, really handy. So it's the the trait definition, which usually what you do is, like, if I do a parallel with C++, this is like the function definition, and this is the function implementation, right? But in C#, what we do is we create this as a static class, and then create a static method inside of that static class that extends the method of a particular type. And in here, you call a trait, the name of your trait, which is the name of your group of extensions, because this is actually going to group a lot of things. Inside of this trait, I can actually have function number 1, and do something, I can have function number 2, and so on, right? It's a group of functionalities. It's somewhat similar, I guess. What this guy's complaining? It's complaining about the format. Yeah, there you go, my string, and then say my string. Oh, is that function overload? Is that function overload? Oh, can we achieve function overload? Let me see if I pass. Will you wait? Oh, interesting. Maybe we can achieve. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna get to this topic more in depth later on, but let me go back to the simple function. So what I want to do is I simply create a function that receives a parameter f. Could be t, it doesn't matter, right? Inside of this function f, I have a parameter called f, which is the function of type f, right? And I want to return the time duration of that particular function, where f, it's a function pointer. That's what I'm saying here. It's like any generic definition in any programming language. So I'm limiting the scope of this function, tell this is a function pointer, f nonce, right? But I guess there's a syntax problem here. Oh, the syntax is because it's not where, is where. Is where. Okay. So now, what we can do is I can get my for loops. I can say function for loop. I can say for loop string reference. Better say for loop 1. I think it will be easy. So with this for loop 1, I have this exactly situation here. So the for loop 2, I will have a mute vac, and then I do have. Did we figure out this? Yeah, for loop tree. And then instead of the for loop tree, which is for loop 2. So my for loop 2. And then the for loop 3 is this guy here. So, but we are not able to change anything in here. And then we have this other for loop, which iterative mutable that we use with for each. How can I change this? Because it's mutable. Let's say done. So now if I get this guy, so let's say the for loop 3 is going to be that guy. Right. Let me see if I'm missing anything. So I'm gonna comment all these lines just for a second. So loop 1 using this mutable reference vector. For loop I'm using the length, iterating over the index, and the for loop 3 I'm actually using the iterative mutable. Let's see. And so what is the other one? So with the normal for loop instead of for each, so you're saying rather than using for each, so let's create another one. So let's create a for loop 4. So for loop 4. And then over the for loop 4, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this vector, and you're saying that we should be using for f in vector dot iterate mutable and do this, right? That's what we should say. Okay. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like there's no issues, just like warnings telling me that there's no issue with the code. So now let's test this. Let's benchmark this thing, right? So would be nice if we actually have a size, right, to duration, which could, you know, infer how many items would be doing. But you're just doing with the 3 items. Would be nice to do it with unsigned or signed integer, right? Well, let's see if we simply do duration loop 1. It's equal to process time for loop 1, and then print ln. Is this delivered in so I hope that ChatGPT here or GitHub Copilot just fill up my idea. There you go. So let's take a look on this. Uh, 164, 531, 149, and the last one for loop 433. So I think the answer is not just it does the bounding check as you guys referring, but I still need to read that. I need to check where but it's still, the for loop was just more efficient than the other ones. So except the first one, I mean the first one was very similar. Well, let's do one thing. Let me build this. Done. So now let me run it. Yeah, so 121. So the other ones are very inefficient, maybe because I'm doing some other operations inside. Let me see. So I'm gonna remove the print. I'm gonna remove the print because I just wanted the times, right? And there you go. So where's this no fruit is coming from? Wow. For loop 2 and then for loop 1. Is there like any print in here? No, 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 no. Let's run it again. There you go. So 1, 2, and 3 very similar. But the last one doing, which is the number 4, which is done iterate mutable, it's more performant. It's just like 900 nanoseconds. Yeah, it works. So it's good. It's good that. So I was just checking what this, if this is actually a microsecond, right? So this is representation of a microsecond. So now we are sure that the best approach. We are sure that the best approach is this guy, because easily allows you to change the value. Also, it's faster. It's just simply more efficient. It's just 1 microsecond you know, it's 1 microsecond difference, or 1,000 nanoseconds, right? It's 100 nanoseconds different. Yeah, I did. You haven't perceived, but if you see my target here, it's released right here. I do speak Portuguese, man. No, I haven't? How do you know I haven't? Let me see if I have in my command. I think I have in my command. Let me just take a look. That's right. So this is development. So let me do one thing. Let me create prod here. So cargo, run, release. Okay. Good stuff. Run prod. Let's take a look. There you go. So 200 nanoseconds, 100 nanoseconds, and 3 and 4 almost the same time. So number 3 and 4 are almost efficient. I think the only difference is that I have to actually dereference here to change the value. No. Okay, so that's my bad. So both are mutable. So I don't think we are doing a right comparison here. Both are mutable. It's just that I'm using one with the normal for loop and the other one with the using the for each inside, using the lambda expression here, whatever this is called. Yeah, they're both the same. That's why they have the same time. But they're way better than 1 and 2. Gotcha. No, man, no, it wasn't me. No. Gotcha. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I still need to find out that. Okay, so now I have in my mind every time that I want to iterate with something on using Rust, I'll be using the iterate, and I need to modify. I'll be using iterate mutable. But I still need to cover and add more meat to this and understand why this is still the best approach, just because of this, but also because there's bound checking and other things, right? Yeah, absolutely, Geo. It's efficient in both modes, right? Yeah, as you can see here. It's just that this is a microsecond, right? And this is nanosecond, and you can see that they both explode. They're really good. So, information security, though, it's a very tough discipline. I never got into it. I just spent my whole career on software engineering. There's so many things that you need to know. If you want to get into system security, you need to understand very well operational system, understand a diverse number of programming languages in depth, understand how a low-level programming, understand about most common use applications, libraries that you can probably understand how they are being exploited, different techniques of exploit, social engineering. There's so many disciplines, man. Like networking, you need to understand the Uszie layer, so the seven layers of Uszie network. So you need to understand different protocols. There's so many things that you need to look at. So I wouldn't even dare to get into this area. So I stick with the software engineer for the last 21 years. So for me it was what I had at the time, right? So I graduated back on 2000, right? So just became a programmer. But if you're really excited about this, I think there is a huge potential in terms of career, though, because as much companies going to the cloud and then putting products are more evident the necessity for you to actually protect those organizations against exploits and so on, right? And also there's a discipline that most of the companies that I've been working for, we never actually proactively we design applications with the mindset of security. So I guess the only last two companies that I've been working on, they really emphasize a defensive approach on how you develop your application, how you integrate other components, especially other libraries and so on. There's so many other tools that you can use to help you to make your application more secure. But like, it wasn't. I think there is a huge space in your organization for this. I think it's a nice career. I just think it's challenging. But yeah, I mean, if I would recommend for you, I mean, rather than you just like diving in software engineering, it's something that you're young and then you have patience to study, and I would recommend to stick with, because I think data science, AI, system security is something that's gonna be, of extreme need for organizations nowadays, right? So the end of last year, so the organization that I'm working on, so they mentioned that they asked us. I was a technical lead, right? So, but then I got promoted to a principal engineer globally, right? So now I left from a team of 13 people to like more than 100, right? And there are different stacks and so on, and so the company asked us to kind of like create a plan to really integrate AI into our software engineering workflow. And that goes to not just like adding technology into the workflow, but also reviewing the profile of a software engineer, right? So what a software engineer will looks like 5 years from now, right? I guarantee that will not be the same as it is right now. So we're becoming more and more irrelevant. And the reason why we're becoming irrelevant is because we're outsourcing. So the problem solving that we usually spend hours and time to resolve, we can outsource to an AI, and he can help you to guide you to the right path. And these things are getting better and better and better, right? I just don't think we have access to the full capacity of these models, right? Those LLMs. But I think these, three careers, AI and security and data science, are the ones that are going to be like exploding and continue in need of people with these expertise. So I'm going to, if I get accepted at the UBC, I'm going to do a master degree. I'm still, deciding if I'm going to continue on software engineering, or I'm going to dive into one of those two disciplines, either data science or AI. If you want to continue be relevant in the software engineering industry, I think you should be thinking on observing more the market and how this transition is happening. So the reason why I'm sharing this is because if I was tasked by a company to review the profile, right, of the new software engineer, is something, because it's something that's becoming real more quickly than we thought, right? And I said, oh, and I start thinking, oh, this is maybe will be connecting to salary reduction, because companies hiring someone offering already ChatGPT Enterprise, offering GitHub Copilot. We don't think more. We don't think anymore, right? So to provide solutions is just go with the flow. And that's one of the things we're doing here in this stream, right? So now you guys understand is that I'm not concerning about, and I'm loving the fact that you guys are contributing, right? But I'm not concerning about go directly to the point, because you guys already know this language. I'm just like revisiting. I have read about, I guess a year ago, but I don't remember anything because I don't use it in a professional capacity. But what I'm looking for now, it's really learn. I mean, really try to understand what these things are and the way they are, right? So, for instance, why do you guys use this, right? What is your fundamental truth or knowledge that base your answer? It's just because someone sat on YouTube or another stream? No, you need to have facts. You need to have your own facts. You need to have documentation that supports your idea and so on, right? That's why for me, navigating through these things and asking this question is super important, because you eventually end up in cases that you see, oh, this can be, oh, this guy, you know, is doing this. Is this the best approach? And then you know, well, in terms of performance, looks like not. Is there like something else that we can do to improve security or whatever? Right? I think that's the idea. But yeah, man. So I think take a look on this. Right, software engineering is just changing. Okay, so let's continue. So I think, in terms of vector, is there anything else you guys think that we should be looking at with vector? Three years, man. 3 years, Lil. 3 years. Long time. It's been a long time. This since 2012, man. It's a lot of time. Do you guys think is still missing any aspect of vector that we should be looking at? I think traversing all good. Like changing the values in the vector is all good. I think vector is done. I don't see anything else that we could possibly do. And now, you know, in the common collections, they So another interesting thing about they put this, you know, storing UTF-8 encoded text with strings on the chapter 8 together with the collections. I just extended combined vectors. Let me see this extended combined vectors. Let me see, which chapter is this? So when you say combined vectors, are you referring to this? For instance, you have one vector here. Of unsigned, usign 32, and then this is equal vector reference, and then let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have the second vector, and this vector of type vec of u32, it's equal to array 1. So what this do? It's just going to copy all the values to array 1, let's do this first. Let's see what this do. Right, so if I print array2, it's going to be copying all the values, not the references, right? This is a deep copy, I guess. Is that right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's basically copy the values, right? So if we print, oh, can we change actually? So hold on. Can I change, for instance, once I, iterate over, and can I change just passing the index and changing the value to 10? Should I dereference here? How do I change through index? Is that possible? Okay, so this has to be mutable. Makes sense. Now I can change this to 10. Right, if this is true, now the difference between array 1 and array 10 is the reference. Oh, it looks like now just by the fact that I'm trying to use array 1, you cannot say it's because I borrow it, right? So value better after move. So actually this is not a copy, it's just pointing to the same, address as array 1 is doing. So if this is true, if I, oh man, it's more complicated than I thought. So if I say reference array 1, reference array 2, I think I should be actually sending this guy before actually passing. And then, yeah, let's take a look. Let me comment these lines here. Oh, no, they're not pointing to the, oh, stupidity, right? So hold on, so they have different addresses, but what I want is s pointer. Yeah, they are pointing to the same location. Probably this guy is pointing to the first character of that particular element. So if you got the array, if you got the address of this first element, it's gonna be the array what this guy is pointing to. So now the question is, okay, so the question is how I do actually copy the value. So if I do have array, can I use clone as we did for a string? Is that the same effect? Is this perform a deep copy? Let's take a look. If this is true, yeah, I think it's true because I already can get the pointer right here without any complaint, right? So now if I say npm start, deep copy, yes, okay, gotcha. Clone, yeah, that's like renaming the variable, gotcha. Yeah, so they are different pointers. Nice. Okay, so they're good to go if you want to copy a value from a data structure like a vector. It's true doing a deep copy, right, such as clone. Okay, gotcha. So now let's do another thing. So let me create this as a second vector. So you're talking about combination, right? So this next vector, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that this next vector is gonna have 5 elements, and this 5 elements we're gonna have the value of 10, just 10, right? And if I print these arrays, I should be good. It should be different, right? We should have no issue in here. So if I print these guys, it should have no issue. There you go. So 10 elements of 5 is not what I was looking for. I was looking for 10 elements of 5. So now I know that the elements are go just in front. So there you go. So 5 elements of 10. That's what I was looking for. So now we want to combine these elements. So how we do this? So if I say I'm not going to change this guy, but I want to create a combined array. So how we do this? Vec u32, it's equal to, is there array 1 dot concat does the concat does what we're looking for. If I say concat, we should be passing the array 2. Oh, expect 0 arguments. Concat, no. Is there something that join? Flattens a slice of t into a single value, placing a given separator between each. Now this is probably getting a one particular element of a vector and join to another vector. Append. So this is moving all elements to the other array, but leaving the other one empty is not what you're looking for. So you want to just combine this. Yeah, so if we do this, oh no, this is exactly what we're looking for, because in this case what happened is he combined the vector 2 with vector, and the numbers were removed from vector 2. So now if I say combine array, what he's going to do is that it's going to be removing from, they're going to be removing, well, I think, right? So let me see what's going to happen. I think if I say array append, what is going to happen? So the array 2 is going to be empty, and 1 is going to be still going to contain 1 to 5. So if I say append here, and I say mutable array 2, and oh, okay, so this append modifies the receiver in place, which is in this case array 1. Okay, so this guy has to be mutable. And lots of ways to do this in Rust. Do you want a new vector and then you actually append to the... Yeah, so I want to just combine these two arrays into the combined array. I want to just simply combine those arrays. I'm not even telling you, I'm not even ask if you have like repeated numbers, so don't combine, so we don't have to create a for loop to navigate to see if the number is equal to, you know, the index for, you know, you traverse every single element and compare. To do not insert repetitive elements in the array combine. So I just want to combine as it is. So he has a vector, mutable vector, both has to be mutable. And I say that the array 1 append mutable array 2. I just don't understand why. Okay, so if I remove this because it changed in place, it works if there's no return type. Gotcha. So what is going to happen here is that the array 2 is going to be empty, right? That's the idea of append in there. So there you go. So it's going to be empty, and they join the elements into the array 1. So okay, so got it. So that's not what I'm looking for. So I have a third array, and I want that third array being populated with this new array. So should I say vector whatever here, and is there like a function or something that we can use to combine? Is there like vec, maybe we can say append and use those two different vectors? Can I say this? Can I say append? And then, oh, this is self, right? Can I say that this is array 1? Can I say this? Is that possible? So what is the complaint here? Mismatched types. So he's saying that I'm not able to return because this does not return anything. Is there like another... yeah, so iterate over the array, chain with the array 2, copy the elements from the collection. So the other one is array 3. It's equal to an array of an array, and then concact. This is really interesting. It's really interesting approach. So if I create an array and I put them in clicking concat, they create as this is a vector already. Is this the return type as a vector? We don't need to do this 2vec because it's already 2 vector. So in this case, so what happened with concat though? So what I understood is that it creates the array combine. But what happened with those two? So you can see that they were borrowed by the first one. This is not a DP copy though. It is a combining array, yes. But it's not a deep copy of the values. This is just brought the references. And then create a new array that points to those two references. So if you're not concerning about modifying these elements and not going to be using them individually, I think this is a possible solution. But if you want to just deep copy your elements, how would you do? Can I say array1.clone so array1.clone and the array clone and then concat will do the deep copy. That's nice. A more like understandable approach in that case. Now the question is this efficient? Now if I actually bring back the array 1, we should have a problem, right? So there you go. So because you're not using the reference, right? Then we got the combiner array. Yeah, so now it's that's like a readable, easy solution that you don't need to iterate over cop elements here and there. It's something that you can, oh, that's easy to do. The question is if this is efficient, right? That's the question. So we would need to function combine array 1. $500 nanoseconds just for the simple operation of copying, merging together those two elements. I think this is a lot, to be honest, for like 5 elements. Imagine that this is exponentially grow. Ben will always during the second argument. If you want to keep the values in array 2, you have to use different method. Okay, gotcha. You let the array clone. We are doing this. Really don't want to do that because you're allocating 2 vectors that you're throwing away. Yeah, that's right. So no clue if that efficient. So but imagine that imagine this simple situation, right? So where you do have a vector, two vectors, right? You know, with two different loads of information, then you need to create a third vector combined with those load to create, like imagine you're building a game and then you want to create, you grab a package, you grab like a bag for someone that just died, and you want to combine the elements of that, you know, bag into your bag. It's your own inventory, and you combine those arrays into a single one, right? But still, you can leave that array either empty or with some elements that you don't want to pick up. So you just found out a baggage that you have like certain elements to say, oh, this guy is dead, and I want to grab these elements to my array, my inventory. So I'm combining with my inventory, but I don't want to grab everything. I want to leave some of them. So which means that in that case, the vector 1 and vector 1, or the array 1 will exist in that case, right? I just want to combine with mine, right, which is the array 2, right, with vector 2. So we could say, you know, bag, other bag, okay, and this is my inventory, my bag, and what I'm doing is combining my bag with the other bag. So, but I still want to make sure that the other bag still exists, because I don't want to grab all the items in there, right? So for instance, right, in this case I'm grabbing, so I'm concatenating, I'm grouping them, right? If I'm grouping them, I can discard this. Maybe it's not efficient in that way, because this is like, hey, I want, you know, I want the full copy of these elements. You can get rid of it, right? So they get out of the scope, they release memory, it's all good. Still inefficient, right? Way of doing it. I just want to copy like integers, right? Unsigned values. And it gave me like 500 nanoseconds just for a simple clone of integer values. So what I'm saying, that this is exponentially can grow. Maybe in this situation, like it doesn't affect the game or whatever you're performing, but as this grows, and maybe you can actually have a performance impact. And I wonder if there's like a better way of doing this. Okay, so Nathaniel gave an example. So combined array would be like vector with capacity. So with that particular capacity, which is the sum of length of both arrays. And then he created a variable called combined array extended. Combined array dot extend, and then you copy it 1 and 2 in that array. Most efficient way, let's take a look. So I'm gonna create your combined version. I'm gonna say combine and vector 2, where we do have these two arrays here, right? And inside of the two array, what you did is you create a mutable combined array, and that array you initialize with a vector with capacity, and the capacity is my bag length plus the other bag length. That's exactly what you did, right? So it's my capacity of my array to receive those elements. And then on the combined array, you use this extended from, you just use it extended, right? So combined array dot extended. Extend this to copy all the elements. You did this operation twice, right? So get my bag dot copy it. Now you got the iterator, and then you copy it, right? Use this copied here, and then you did this again for the other array, right? So the other bag, right? So I am assuming that inside of this array, I'm going to let's just print the combined array in this case. I'm just curious, so I'm gonna comment this. It's actually combined. Now let's see the efficiency of this, right? Let's get this. Let me remove the print statement. And now let's take a look on why this is not aligned. Combine, oh, vector 2 process time, print a land vector 2. Wow, it's indeed very, very fast. That's the cost that we should have, like very, very, like in the bottom. That's very efficient. The funny thing though is you have more operations. Maybe those operations that are suppressed, they are suppressed by the clone state. What if we change the clone to copy though? This was indeed very efficient. What if we create a function combined vector? What if we, let me get this. What if we don't use this function clone, instead, oh, we can copy. Okay, so we have actually to turn this into an iterator in order to copy. Well, what if we do this? What if we copy over the iterator and then concatenate? Is this is still inefficient? I'm assuming that this is a list of things, right? That points to the first position of the element on the array. What if, is this more efficient than the other one? Where's the arrow here? Oh, this is cannot be call. So how can I? So should I this convert this to vector and then concatenate? So I would need to probably implement this copy trait. Is something that I still don't have knowledge on how to do this in this language. We're gonna get to this in some point, I guess. So to extend the capability of a type, we should be able to get this in, extend and say my trait and then copy that. It will be interesting to compare this if this was possible. What is the return type of this? So let my bag. What is this? Okay, so implementation of iterator item with utility 2. Is there like a other way of doing this? I mean, or this is just the only two ways that we can actually come up with? So this indeed, the second version, it's way more performant though. Try reference of the vector. Let's take. So the problem with the reference of the vector is that it referenced the first elements. It will depend on those elements, right? So if you just want to check by, in terms of performance, it's fine. But it's still, we're gonna be depending on that type. No? Are you sure? Let's take a look. So you're saying that, let me see, reference of my bag in order and then concat. Let's take a look. Yeah, well, something is weird here, so. It's inefficient, and probably this copy of, you see, if I try to print ln here, not combine array, but if I try to print the other bag, oh, actually no, I have no problem, zero problem with this. Yeah, it doesn't borrow. I have zero problem with this. I think it's a valid approach, but comparing with the other ones, it's not the best performance. I still feel like something is off here because I don't agree with the fact that simple numbers concatenation take like almost 900 nanoseconds. It's something is off. Well, at least I think this, this operation, yeah, I think in terms of when we look at 2-vector, this is the amount of stuff we can do, right? And probably there are like details and intrinsicalities that we will see as we, build something with the language. But I think most of the cases we have covered. I'm still uncertain about the best approaches for some cases, and I think this will come with the time. So another thing I was thinking is, can we slice? We can slice also vectors, right? So if I say v1, it's vector u8. So can I create another one? vec8 that is equal to so it should take just should we transform this to vector, or should we simply say vec new, and instead of the new we can say new with this slice? Can we say that? No. Can we say that this is v1 0 to 3, not inclusive, and then convert this to vector? Oh, this is a valid expression. So now if I if I print ln this guy, and so if I print the pointer with this guy is pointing at, and then it's exactly the same thing with the 2. Oh. Yeah, they actually just copy the value or pointing to different location, which is okay, which is great actually. There's another way you can actually copy like a group of elements of an array without like any hustle to do so. If I say v2 and then it's nice. Yep, there it's nice. That's really nice. That's convenient. Using the slice operator, that's really convenient. Okay, I think the next collection we are missing here is hash maps. So hash maps are dictionaries, right? So okay, it was nice exploration on vectors. I'm gonna leave this function here. So hash maps, it's part of the std collections. We have collections here. There you go, collections, hash map. So in that case, I can create a mutable collection, or my collection. It's equal to initialized by hash map new. So what else? Probably from? Yeah, same idea. Let's see how we push this. Wait, this guy's complaining. Am I obligated to type annotate right at the batch? So for instance, should I say that this is a hash map? Let's say it's of type i32 and it's gonna be string. Okay, I'm assuming that insert is gonna, oh, it's pretty much the same. Okay, nice. That's okay. And if I say println and then add my collection here, it should actually bring the value 1 hello. So if I say my collection 0, what happened? It still give me the record 0. So what does my collection has? So like entry key 0, or the key is the number 1. Entry vacant entry 1. What is entry for? Is that the index? Yeah, entry occupy. Okay, so that's the entry. So it's searched by key, right? So it give me the key and the value. What if I want the value? Can I say value? What if I say my collection? I saw that I cannot. What is one reference? Oh, the key. Oh, this is really interesting. I'm passing a value, man. I'm passing a primitive type, which is the key of this data structure as reference. What's going on here? And then it's actually giving me the value. Well, in fact, if you actually ask for a dereference of this object, how would you actually get the value? But now passing the reference of a number, a primitive value, give me the value? That's weird. That's really weird. That's really different. Ignore it. It will work when you insert. Okay, gotcha. That's really weird. So now if let me see what else I do have. Entry get key value. So get key value, I need to pass a key. So if I pass the key 1, it complains. If I pass the reference to key 1, it does not complain. I'll click start and it will give me someone and hello. So this returns an optional KMV. Okay. If the number exists, right? So the number that you're actually searching on exists, so you can actually have a match pattern here and say, in case this exists, returns this and does that. In case this does not exist, do something else. That makes sense. It's like really handy to do this. Well, what else? I just saw, you know, for instance, I want to be able to I just want to be able to get the value. Returns a reference to the value corresponding to the key. So the key is reference 1. Okay, so if I say get reference 1, it will give me the hello value, some hello. So now if I really actually want the value directly, it's just reference 1. Okay, it's weird. Really different. Really, really different. So if I add another one and say npm start, give me this guy. So now if I print the whole collection, it'll give me the collection. Now if I so now if I say my collection dot remove, there's no pop, right? But there is remove a key from the map, returning the value at the key if the key was previously in the map. So the other one is remove is a key from the map, returning the story of the key and the value if the key was previously in the map. Okay, so this is the whole entry, right? So if I say remove 1 and then I print ln to my collection, so what happened? Yeah, there you go. So it actually removed that from the collection. Not that bad. I mean, it's just like some weird notation here, right? Try reference 9. So let's see. On remove, for instance, I mean remove 9 here. Well, as you can see, it returned the collection correctly. It doesn't. So what I think we could do, I think we could say match, right? This thing. And if there is a return value, remove this, and otherwise we're key not found, right? There you go, so key not found, and continue printing. So if I go back to the way it was, and I say remove entry 9, and then try to start. It's actually, I didn't get any error, I guess. Any error, yep. So try to remove that I didn't get any error because the return can possibly be none, right? Because it's an optional, it's to guarantee that you don't go out of boundaries. But now if I access the collection directly and pass that reference, that we don't have that, bound check. That's what what you mean? So I need to put this on. Let me try to print this. So I'm trying to access a point in memory that does not exist, right? Let's see. There you go. So panic. No entry found for a key. So the difference between this and the other one is removing entry is that already treats the possibility of having not found the key that you were looking for, right? Would probably be treating this as like creating if condition to check whether this index exists. If it does, then you can actually retrieve that information you're looking for. This is done inline in that particular function, right? Interesting way of thinking. Probably there are things that checks bounds here, right? Yeah, is character inbound, or maybe probably there are things that allow us to check if the index where you're passing to checks the boundary. Gotcha, Nathaniel. Got it. Yeah, got it. Because it helps us to protect against like these basic mistakes, right? As you can see here, I access this directly, which is convenient, right? It's less verbose. However, it doesn't treat the cases that we're looking for, right? So for instance, if I would change this, try to access this, right? I want to return a value and I say match. This does not return a sum option, right? As the other one. As you can see, I don't have as part of the direct access to the index in that particular collection. So, interesting. Cool. I used get. It returns. You need to pass a key, right? Yeah. So reference to, let's say reference to 9. I think it will treat the arrow. There you go. So it returns none. It treats the arrow. It returns an option, right? So that's why I did the match. And then there you go. You can see there's compliance. Did not find the value, so you can treat that in case. Yeah, it's really cool. Really cool. Really good. Really handy. Nice. Good stuff. Cool. Got it. Is there like any other thing, any particularity or anything that we should know about maps? I think we're going to be struggling with the same way as we did with the vector when we want to combine two hash maps, right, as well. For these type of things, to be honest, what I would do is once I get the domain of the language, I would rather prefer create something like create let's say hash map extension, right? That's really cool. Well, this is generic. Let's say combine, right? And then you get this, right? And then you use your implement, and then you got your hash map extension for your hash map, and then you're doing implementation. So I'm just using GitHub Copilot, right? But it's probably something that I will do to help me to actually code fast and don't waste time on doing these things. And I create a let's say my collection 2, and then I want to combine and say combine it, and then I'm gonna use my collection combine my collection 2 that will do the job. So that's what I think it means, productivity, right? So you can create your own set of tools that should be there. I just need to measure efficiency and compare the best approach. I'm not sure if this is the best approach, right? We saw different ways of doing it using vector, but now you understand why I was going to understand, like, these different ways of approaching the problem, because at the end of the day, what I want to do is, and create my own set of helper functions that I can do this easily, right? So you can see that I can simply use my collection, combine a collection. For me, it's easy, right? So I just need to know if this is more performant than the other one. I don't need to think what this is doing behind the scenes, right? So we can really understand is that, first of all, it's passing itself, which is in this case is this guy, and then passing the order. So the order is this guy, and then very much like operator overload, right? And it's returning that could be like a template, right? Because we can create, in this particular case, I set this for these two different data types, but it could be a template, right? So that you can actually have any types, any hash map of any type. So he allocate any hash map, create a new hash map, and then for each value in self, right, it's insert that and clone that, and did the same with the other one, and then generates a new map with this new value, as you can see. It did a deep copy here, but I don't know if the more performatic can return the new map. We did that, right? So with the vector. So we just need to see what would be the best performant way to do so. So that's one of the things I would be doing for sure. I'll be doing like several extension, operations. Let's say subtract, right? And then see what is the best. Oh, I cannot implement. Oh, of course, I need to have that function here. Subtract. There you go. Yeah, I would definitely do that, I think that argument is not visible for me, but in a general sense, most of programming languages they have different ways of doing the same thing, right? And of course, there's different trade-offs. You're picking one over the another one, right? I think that's like in a common sense in any programming language. But I think so for instance, when you go to use C++ or C# and you want to use a function like combine, I'm sure that the combination that's doing there is like a standard that covered the most of the scenarios, right? And that's what probably the developers will look for the most, right? Yes, you can use Portuguese here though. Yeah, pode falar português também. But the nuances and the different things that you're actually looking for that combine function does not offer, what you're looking for, you could develop yourself. But having something that covers, let's say, 95% of the scenarios, 90% of the scenarios, 99% of the scenarios is the way to go. It improves your productivity, right? So rather than creating these simple things that should be existing right there. You know what I'm saying? So it goes back to the same argument I was talking to you guys early on, is that when you're working for a company, you're not like for scrubbing the data, right? So you're not there like for scrubbing whatever, polished to the maximal. You need to deliver a solution that is expected for the problem that you're resolving, and as faster you as a developer, more relaxed your life will be. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day if you spend 2 weeks in one sprint and then you knock your head for those 2 weeks to try to polish and deliver the best solution. You're gonna have the same salary though at the end of the day. And I'm telling you, from a guy that spent like more than 20 years doing the same thing, man. Many different languages. So I have been there. So I've been I would love to flourish all my code, but sometimes it's simply impossible. Sometimes I just want to deliver the thing, and it works. Everybody's happy. Got my paycheck, and that's it. So now, when I am at university, and that's different, right? So I'm investing on academic studies, right? So doing my master's degree or teaching university is a different approach. So I really try to explain the science behind, so which makes the student like really reflect on which path he should be taking, right? So that's different approach. But I think the hash map, is there anything else do you guys think we should be looking at in terms of hash map? Or I think I'm satisfied with hash map. To be honest, I'm very satisfied with hash map. So here's the thing. What we did today? We went from chapter 1, we reviewed chapter 1 to chapter 8. And what is left is from 9 to 20. Actually, from 9 to 19 is just 10 chapters, right? So we're going to continue this tomorrow, and then once we finish this, we're going to be actually reading another book called Mastering Rust, so that we can see another aspect, another vision from someone else, look into another book, go more in depth about everything that we are learning, and then in some point we're going to be creating actually a real project. And the first project I'm really looking forward to create is this thing here. So I'm really sad that we don't have something like this, and we have to memorize commands. So that's why I'm using package.json in case you guys are really wondering why I'm typing npm and so on, right? But I think for me the stream was really valid and valuable, and I appreciate all your guys' comment and help. It really so thank you. Let's say thank you, Nathaniel. So learn a lot from you. Future Highway as well. Learn a lot from you. Thank you guys. Flipping binary, so thank you as well. Sell Little Dragon, thanks for the follow. So you guys really helped me to understand a few things within this language. I hope next time I stream you guys are here, so I can you guys can share your knowledge with me. So Capota, thanks for the follow. Mr. Swiss, yeah, it was really enlightening, guys. Thank you very much. So now what we're gonna do is let's raid someone else that is grinding on Twitch. But really, I really appreciate all your help. It was really helpful. It's really nice to discuss with someone that already know the language. So you guys know a lot of things, so I can bounce back ideas. So we can, I can, make you guys think, and you guys can make me think. And say, oh, this is not the right, this should be good, really nice. I really love it. So what else? Who was here as well today? So Leo as well, thank you for being here tonight. So I think we have help from Perry Letts. Perry Letts, thank you for your help as well. You've always been helpful here on the live. Thanks for the follow, Future Highway. Let's give a rate to someone else. Let's see who is alive. Software and development. Well, you guys want to see some game development? So we do have Adam Sionis. It's a really nice streamer. Let's go there, folks. Again, so thank you very much for you guys that stick around and for the patience. I guess we see each other tomorrow. Take care, guys. Have a wonderful night, and see you guys tomorrow. If everything works fine for me, of course. Take care. Bye-bye.